Дорогі українці, українки, жахливе горе прийшло на нашу землю. Але ми тут, ми чуємо ваші голоси. І кожен з нас, усі ми зробимо все можливе, щоб підтримати вас і допомогти. Тримаймось, все буде Україна! Hello, dear friends. My name is Natalia Gennady, and I'm so grateful that you can join us today for Art for Peace, our fundraiser concert for support of Ukraine. In the morning of February 24th, Putin's army attacked a peaceful, independent nation, my homeland, Ukraine. This morning changed many lives forever. There was no time for morning coffee, just shelters and shelling. The morbid irony of this war is that Ukrainians are a very hardworking and peaceful nation with strong family values. And maybe that is why our people are fighting so exceptionally, fiercely, and courageously to defend their own families, their own homes, and their own cities that they've built. We sincerely and deeply love our land. While occupants call their country fatherland, we call Ukraine Nenka, Mama. And today, our mother, Ukraine, is being attacked and destroyed. Our mothers, our children, our elderly are running for shelters, trying to survive, taking one day at a time. But where there's great evil, there is a great desire to stand against it. Today, we stand together as artists. We create to bring joy, but we are also here to bring comfort and lift our voices to support those who are oppressed, attacked, and misplaced. Today, we bring you Art for Peace, an online fundraiser marathon that unites creative voices from different parts of the world. We are here to comfort, to be heard, and to help with collecting donations to 3 Ukrainian war relief charities: Club Dobrodiy, helping children and families in need; BCU Foundation, that supports Meest, Canada, a logistics company that ships donated items to Europe that are forwarded then to Ukraine; and Canadian Red Cross, that matches our donations. Thank you to all and every single participants who donated and shared their art. Opera, spoken word, dance, instrumental, folk, no matter the genre or format, your message of support is really, really much needed and heard. Thank you to all of our generous donors so far. Your help is really impactful and meaningful right now, beyond any funds. I also encourage you to continue donating throughout our concert tonight so we can reach our goal and help more people in Ukraine. In these times, every contribution matters, and it can literally make somebody's day brighter or even save a life. The 3 charities that we've chosen for donations are directly supporting peaceful Ukrainian civilians that were affected by devastated consequences of the war. We pray for peace. We create peace. And now, please take a moment to contemplate or pray while we're opening our program with the anthem of Ukraine. Slava Україні! Героям слава!
On February 24th, Thursday, I woke up to the messages that my grandmother and family friends are hiding in bomb shelters in Kiev. Explosions have been sounding from all around. There is no heating in some areas. They are savvy and prepared. My grandmother has been through war before. She is on high alert. Her and her friends are helping each other get through this. They don't give in to fear. I don't care about political opinions, research, perspectives, and who has the right or wrong in this. The biggest picture is nothing. Nothing can justify killing. Not power, not ideas, not politics. I don't care what anyone is trying to achieve with this. Sit down and talk it out. Keep your guns and bombs away from living beings. Discipline yourselves. We are all free. It is not complicated. It is simple. If you allow yourself to take lives, you have crossed that line. You are not human. Humanity means life and love above all. Ukrainian people are free and they will defend their freedom. This is what we have been doing through centuries. Ukraine will always be my home, where I grew up and learned kindness and wisdom from everyone and everything. Our land's rich nature blesses all of us. It is time to stop fighting and join as one humanity together. My students and their parents ask me, I can't imagine how you're teaching right now. And if you are also wondering how, then ask the brave heroes defending our homeland. Ask how of the families who have been sent away to possibly never see their homes and loved ones again. Ask how of the civilians, teachers, and social workers who have picked up rifles and grenades to defend their home. Ask the children who have been blasted at and put into hospitals and killed. How? Because Ukrainian people are strong and brave, because we know that to defend our land, we all have to work together and perform our duties to our loved ones, to our communities, and to our comrades in every condition out there. We have been doing it for centuries. The bravery of unwavering spirit of my people has been reflected in infinite abundance of art, music, and poetry. Their heroic acts have been studied in our school subjects to teach us lessons. So we today shall not repeat the mistakes of the past and not give in to violence. If you want to hear a statement, ask the ones who are there on the front lines of the crisis. Ask and share their message far and wide. And above all, listen when they tell you what they need us to do and where we can help. Slava Ukraini, Slava Heroyam. Love and peace to all. Be well and safe.
Thank you so much to Natalia, Gennady, and Vera Burmenko for that incredible, rousing performance of the Ukrainian national anthem. I can't think of a better way to start our evening here together for Art for Peace. Welcome to this evening's concert in support of Ukraine. My name is Nolan Kaler. I am Opera in Reach's provincial coordinator for the province of Manitoba. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that I am broadcasting tonight from Treaty 1 territory, which are the traditional homelands of the Anishinaabeg, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We are broadcasting across much of Canada this evening and around the world, and that covers many treaty territories this evening. And as we consider the horrors unfolding in the Ukrainian nation this evening and the millions of people who are impacted across the globe, and as we consider how our nation can help another nation, it is also important to remember the nation-to-nation relationships we must continue to rebuild and reconcile here in Canada. Art for Peace started this project with the goal of $5,000 raised for 3 charities helping the victims of the Ukrainian conflict. And at the beginning of this evening, I'm delighted to share that we have already surpassed that goal of $5,000 for relief efforts in Ukraine. We are excited to see donations continue to pour in. We will keep you updated as we continue to approach our goal this evening. We will also be thanking donors as they share in their resources. And so thank you off the top to James Caven and Renee Salevsky, Taryn Plater, Trevor Kennedy, and Carrie Penny. The charities that we are supporting this evening are the Red Cross, Club Dobrodiy, and Meest. We will hear more about these organizations and the work they are doing throughout the evening. You can also follow along with our fundraising progress this evening or donate to our cause by following the link at the bottom of your screen. Another way you can help us in our efforts to raise funds this evening is to share this concert on your social media channels. Use the hashtag #ArtForPeace. To begin our evening, we already heard Vera Burmenko with an incredibly powerful rendition of the Ukrainian anthem, along with some stark words that underscore the urgency of the situation we are aiming to provide relief to. We continue now with Ukrainian-Canadian mezzo-soprano Taryn Plater, joined by Andrea Grant, singing a contemplative set of music she uses to connect to her Ukrainian roots and upbringing. We will also hear words of support for the Ukrainian community from Uliana Klimchak, and finish with music from Tina Alexander and Juisheng Li, reminding us that we must not give up hope.
I forgot how to dance. When I was little, I recognized the regions of the Ukraine by their dance costumes. Now I sing in Ukrainian with an accent that betrays me, taking the first steps towards my own understanding of a culture that was never quite mine.
Вітаю вас, шановні друзі! Мене звати Уляна Глинчак, я є продюсером української молодіжної програми «Contact Next Generation» і також головою програмного комітету Канадсько-Української мистецької фундації в Торонто. Росія чинить сьогодні геноцид нашого народу. На Україну напала держава-терорист. Щодня гинуть наші діти. Станом на 10 березня загинула 71 дитина. Щодня наші батьки ховають своїх дітей. Щодня українці живуть у бомбосховищах і пивницях. Щодня українці втрачають дах над головою. І ви знаєте, серед всього цього жахіття наш народ не перестає писати поезію, не перестає писати пісні, підтримує себе дотепністю, підтримує свій дух. Путіна в мавзолей, Ленін виспався, десь таке недавно ходило в соціальних мережах. І ми переможемо, тому що наш дух незламний. Наші Збройні сили України тримають небо над Україною, а ми посилаємо їм щодня нашу спільну молитву і нашу допомогу. Сьогодні ми всі на фронті. Хто в кібернетиці, хто в гуманітарній сфері, хто в медіа, хто в мистецтві. Всі робимо все, що можемо, щоб наблизити День перемоги. Ми переможемо. Все буде Україна. Слава Україні!
Inspired,
Thank you so much to Tina, Duisheng, Uliana, Taryn, and Andrea for sharing those literal songs of hope. And also, I mean, all of them were really great songs of hope. And I can't think of a much better way to start our evening together here on this Art for Peace concert. If you are just joining us, this is Art for Peace, a fundraising concert for Ukraine, brought to you by Opera in Reach and Natalia Gennady. This concert will feature art of all forms this evening. We've already seen dance, we've already seen song, and there's much more to come, brought to you by Canadian and Ukrainian artists of all kinds, singers, dancers, musicians, all uniting to elevate the call for peace in Ukraine and throughout our world. All of our performers this evening have donated their materials. They are not being paid at all for their performances, and we're so extremely thankful to all of them for this incredible act of generosity during these times. We are fortunate enough to have already raised over $6,300, $6,300, and we have passed our goal of $5,000. We cannot thank this community enough for their generosity and selflessness. We are going to continue to accept donations. We're looking ahead to a new goal this evening of $10,000. How wonderful would that be? 100% of the proceeds raised tonight will go towards providing Ukraine with critically needed aid in these extraordinary and tragic times. Thank you already to some of the people who have donated: Christina Bell, Maureen Routier, Nicole Rader, Christina Fay, Marguerite Vaughn, Sarah Shabis, Kendra Miller, Tal Schulman, Whitney O'Hearn, Shaylin Archibald, and Leanne Kaufman. Now, we have a number of pieces coming up next that ask for peace from a higher power, questioning our existence and understanding of earthly values. We have a special selection presented by Alex Belay, Natalia Gennady, and Michael Shannon, sponsored by the Ukrainian Art Song Project, entitled In the North on the Cliff. This piece is a wish for the warmth of spring in the coldest winter. We are also thankful to the Ukrainian Art Song Project for the donation of the piece you will hear by acclaimed Canadian baritone Russell Braun and Carolyn Mall. But first, a piece from our partners at Against the Grain Theatre from their Juno-nominated Messiah Complex project, aimed to strengthen and encourage us in our efforts this evening. Here now is the Toronto Symphony Orchestra under the baton of Johannes Davus, accompanying soprano Miriam Khalil.
سيشتكي على مختار الله هو الله الذي يبرر من هو الذي يدين هو المسيح الذي مات بل بالحرقان هو عن يمين الله الذي يشفع فينا
Swoich Sing God a simple song, loud day. Make it up as you go along, loud day. Sing like you like to sing. God loves all simple things, for God is the simplest of all. For God is the simplest of all. I will sing the Lord a new song, to praise him, to bless the Lord. I will sing his praises while I live all of my days. Blessed is the man who loves the Lord. Blessed is the man who praises him. Louder, 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 and walks in his ways. I will lift up my eyes to the hills from whence comes my help. I will lift up my voice to the Lord, singing louder. For the Lord is my shade, is the shade upon my right hand, and the sun shall not smite me by day, nor the moon by night. Blessed is the man who loves the Lord. Louder, day, walks in his way. Louder, all of my days.
I believe you can imagine more than the world unfolding right outside your front door. I believe you know a better way if you trust yourself more than what those other people say. This is how it started, and this is how it's going, and this is how it's always been. But there's no time left for losing, and there's no time left to waste. There's no time for second chances. There's no time to hesitate. Don't let them tell you it can't be done. Don't let them stop you till the battle's won. Don't let them tell you it can't be done. We've only just begun. Do you believe that this is all there is? That men in boardrooms have monopolized our happiness? Well, I believe we have the answers and the power, and they want us to There's no time left for losing, and there's no time left to waste. There's no time for second chances. There's no time to hesitate. Don't let them tell you it can't be done. Don't let them stop you till the battle's won. Don't let them tell you it can't be done. We've only just begun. We've only just begun. Don't let them tell you it can't be done. Don't let them stop you till the battle's won. Don't let them tell you it can't be done. 'Cause there's no time left for losing, and there's no time left to waste. There's no time for second chances. There's no time to hesitate. Don't let them tell you it can't be done. Don't let them stop you till the battle's won. Don't let them tell you it can't be done. We've only just begun.
Absolutely incredible to see a whole world united in peace in that segment. Music from Brazil, the United States, England, Iceland, and of course, Ukraine, indicative of our evening together, performances from across Canada and around the world supporting Ukraine and calling for peace. If you're just joining us, good evening. This is Art for Peace, a fundraising concert for Ukraine brought to you by Opera in Reach and Natalia Gennady. You've seen just a taste of the diverse talents and performances that will be offered here throughout this evening, each an expression of hope for peace for the millions of affected persons around the globe who have been displaced or affected by this conflict. All of our performers have donated their materials today. We're extremely thankful to all of them for such a show of selflessness during these times. We are fortunate enough to have already raised $7,300 this evening. Absolutely incredible to think that we started this evening with a goal of $5,000. We are already above that, but we've got a new goal that we want to try and reach this evening. We're trying to get to $10,000. So please visit our donation page found at the bottom of your screen, and you can learn more there about how to support our initiative. Every cent we raise tonight will go towards providing Ukrainians with critically needed aid. We want to thank a couple of our donors right now: Trixie Postoff, Midori Koga, Enda Sustar, the Grossman family, Lindsay Promain, Robin Whiffen, Christine Dandavino, Allison Hawk, Camille Holland, Margaret Oldfield, Frederick Vezina, and Aaron Durand, Jenny Cohen, and Kendra Harder. You've already made an incredible difference this evening. And we still have more incredible performances to come, and we would love for you to share them with your family and friends as well. Like and share this stream across your social media platforms. Tell them to tune in and help us expand our reach to get closer to that fundraising goal of $10,000. Don't forget to do that. When you do that, please use the hashtag Art for Peace. Let's get to know one of the charities that we are supporting this evening, Club Dobrodiy. Their purpose is to help children from orphanages in Ukraine find a better future, with a vision that all children grow up to achieve their very best and that no child is alone. They help with things like education efforts, family support, mentorship, not only providing them with the temporary resources that they may need, especially given the circumstances right now in Ukraine, but also ensuring that a foundation is created to help them establish themselves permanently in their communities. You can learn more about Club Dobrodiy by following the link that's at the bottom of your screen right now. Next up, we've got some words from Canadian-Ukrainian playwright Andrew Kushnir, A Prayer for Ukraine by Erica Glenn, and a chamber cantata that fuses traditional Ukrainian folk singing and classical orchestration. We're also going to hear a piece exploring episodes in a woman's life. Another important consideration this evening is as conflicts like the one we are witnessing in Ukraine inevitably have a greater impact on women, the 2S LGBTQ plus community, and other minority groups. Along with that, we will hear some more reflective music from a diverse array of cultures, all of this in support of Ukraine.
My name is Andrew Kushner, Andriy Kushnier. I am a theatre maker based in Toronto. I am the artistic director of the socially engaged theatre company Project Humanity, and I am a very proud Ukrainian Canadian, second generation. I spoke to a group of theatre students a number of days ago at a peace rally, and I just wanted to share one little snippet of what I said. A few days ago, I watched a clip of Chef Jose Andres, whose organization World Central Kitchen is in Lviv and is providing meals to Ukrainians seeking safety in the western parts of the country. In the clip, he says, "Feeding is a form of fighting." When I played it for a dear friend of mine, she misheard what he said, and I love how she misheard it. She thought he had said, "Feeling is a form of fighting." I'm going to tell you now, feeling is a form of fighting. Keep feeling. Help others feel. Find a way to feel into this moment and the next, and especially the one after that, when the numbness and fatigue and turning away starts. Find your center in this crisis, your heart in this crisis, and help those around you to do the same. Connect the human dots. Slava Ukraini!
said to me, my mother won't mind, and my father won't slight you for your lack of kind. Then she stepped away from me, and there she did say, it will not be long, love, till our wedding day. She stepped away from me, and she moved through the fair, and fondly I watched her move here and move there, and she went her way homeward with one star awake, as the swans in the evening move over the lake. I dreamed it last night that my true love came in, so softly she entered, her feet made no din. She came close beside me, and there she did say, it will not be long, love, till our wedding day.
Ласкаво просимо, незалежно від того, де ви знаходитесь у світі. Ми дуже раді вітати всіх на підтримку гуманітарних зусиль в Україні. Війна – це кошмар. Ми молимося за наших братів і сестер в Україні. Дорогі друзі в Україні, будь ласка, знайте, що ви не самотні. Ми з вами. Дорогі друзі по всьому світу, дякуємо, що ви тут. Насолоджуйтесь сьогоднішнім концертом. Welcome, viewers from around the world. I am Dr. Erica Glenn, conductor of the choirs at Brigham Young University, Hawaii. We are grateful to gather in this shared digital space tonight to support humanitarian efforts in Ukraine. We believe that music can be a powerful tool for raising awareness, uniting people under the banner of a common cause, and providing comfort during times of fear and suffering. Our dear friends in Ukraine, the world stands with you. You are not alone.
І
Beneath the endless azure sky, across the wide prairie, mon cheval, mon fusil, et moi, nous serions libres. Comme les faucons, comme les rivières, I can breathe, I will breathe, can't you see? Je peux pas rester ici. I cannot, I will not stifle the longing inside. The hunter, the lover, the trapper, I will not stifle that may taste inside. behind locked gates as an old man's bride. I would die, je mourrai. Hear me, Riel, you will see. I'll walk if I must, vers ma liberté.
Music for a while, shall all your cares beguile? Shall all, shall all your cares beguile? Wondering how your pains were eased, and disdaining to be pleased, till electo free the dead, till electo free the dead from their eternal bands. Till the snakes drop, 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 drop from her head, and the whip from out her hands. Music for a while, shall all your cares beguile? Shall all, shall all your cares beguile? All, shall all your cares beguile?
Incredible performances we heard there. And I couldn't help but think during that wonderful Beethoven that we heard from Anastasia Zavgorodny of a conversation I had this past week with Daniel Rayskin. Daniel is the music director for the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra as Bratislava. He's in Bratislava right now, where he helped being played in the land of his ancestors as well, and how maybe there is a universality for peace. If you are just joining us, this concert for Ukraine, brought to you by Opera and Reach and Natalia Gennady. This concert features Ukrainians and Canadians using their talents to join the call for peace in our world as well. We are to have and we are on the steady climb to reach our new goal of James Caven and Renee give of themselves, including
hails a new creation. No storm can shake my inmost calm, while to that rock I'm clinging, since love is Lord of heaven and earth. How can I keep from Through all the tumult and the strife, I hear that music ringing. It finds an echo in my soul. How can I keep from singing? No storm can shake my inmost calm, while to that rock I'm clinging, since love is Lord of heaven and earth. How can I keep from singing? How can I keep from
Thank you to all of our amazing artists for their beautiful performances. My name is Jacqueline Grossman, and I'm joining as our interim host while Nolan figures out what's going on with the Wi-Fi in his apartment. Oh, the joys of the Zoom and Wi-Fi dependent world. We were honored, if you're just joining us, we were honored to have celebrated Canadian baritone Brett Poligato offering a Ukrainian song, and I'd love to share the translation with you now. Fly away with the wind, you faded leaves, like a quiet sigh. Who could recall your green youth? Who could fathom the passion I pour into my rhymes? We also heard musical prayers from Sonia Harper Naibi, Gwenna Fairchild Taylor, and the Haven Trio, as well as Laura Chikevich and Renata Russell. In addition to the last piece we heard, which is from War to Peace, a beautiful display of resilience and art coming together. If you're just joining us, this is Art for Peace, a fundraising concert for Ukraine brought to you by Opera in Reach and Natalia Gennady. Throughout this evening, we will be presenting performances from all performing arts disciplines and genres, all uniting for the common cause of supporting peace and aid for the millions affected by the conflict in Ukraine. All of the performances you are seeing this evening have been donated by our performers, and we are extremely thankful to all of them for this show of such selfishness during these difficult times. We are fortunate to have already raised $8,481, and we are now just less than $2,000 away from our new goal of $10,000. Please visit our donation page found at the bottom of your screen to learn more about how you can support our initiative. 100% of proceeds will go towards providing Ukraine with critically needed aid in these extraordinary times. Thank you to our incredible donators who have supported Art for Peace so far. We are incredibly grateful for your contributions and know that each of you are making an important impact in Ukraine. Let's also take some time to get to know another of the charities we are supporting, Meest. Meest is the leader in delivery from Canada to Ukraine, offering a range of services including transportation of parcels, commercial cargo, and humanitarian aid. They are currently preparing a series of care packages that will be given to Ukrainian charity relief organizations, who will then distribute these packages throughout Ukraine. To learn more about Meest's work, follow the link at the bottom of the page. In the performances we have seen so far, we have explored much of the past and the present. Now we set our eyes on the future with pieces looking to a time of beauty and peace, asking for beauty to return to the world and transporting us to a magical place. We'll hear performances from the organizer of this evening's event, Natalia Gennady, and Dion Mazerol, presented by Opera Breaks and Domini Artists. We'll also hear from international stars Claire de Sévigne, Aviva Fortunata, and Stéphane Mayer, the Toronto Choral Society, Do Over, and another offering from the Ukrainian-Canadian mezzo-soprano Taryn Plater, along with Derek Stanier. Please enjoy, and thank you again for joining us.
Le temps des lilas et le temps des roses ne reviendra plus à ce printemps-ci. Le temps des lilas et le temps des roses est passé. Le temps des œillets aussi. Le vent a changé les yeux sont moroses et l'on n'aura plus courir et cueillir les lilas en feu et les belles roses. Le printemps est triste et ne peut fleurir. Ô joyeux et doux printemps de l'année qui vient à passer nous ensoleiller. Notre fleur d'amour recevez bonheur. Quand on les et toi, que fais-tu? Pas de fleurs écloses, point de quai soleil, ni d'ombrage frais. Le temps des lilas come from the choking air of the passion that art and strife, with a spirit and mind in air, to your healing breath of life. Oh, fruitful and sacred ground, oh, sunlight and summer sky, absorb me and fold me round. For broken and
Thank you so much to Do Over for that incredible piece of music, and really appropriate, I think, as well, to talk about broken and tired, the sentiments of, I'm sure, millions of people watching what is happening in Ukraine as we speak, but a call also for healing and for peace, which is what we are doing here tonight on Art for Peace. Thank you to all of the artists that we just heard, and to Jacqueline Grossman for hopping in and subbing for me as I was figuring out my internet issues. This is Art for Peace, a fundraising concert for Ukraine, brought to you by Opera and Reach and Natalia Gennady. These performances that you're seeing tonight, by the way, all donated by these artists from the best and the brightest this country has to offer, to the incredible community groups that we have seen so far as well. Everyone united in art to call for peace and healing for the millions affected by the conflict in Ukraine. If you are enjoying these performances, please consider donating to the link below. We are so fortunate for having already raised $8,831. We are on the steady climb towards that goal of 10,000. Y'all, we are just so close. That would be such an amazing milestone to reach tonight. So please visit the donation page found at the bottom of your screen right now to learn more about how you can support our initiative. All of the proceeds raised tonight going towards providing Ukraine with critically needed aid in these extraordinary, tragic times. And a special thank you to our top donors from this evening. We're talking about James Caven and Renee Selevsky, Taryn Plater, Trevor Kennedy, and Midori Koga. Thank you for your incredible, incredible generosity this evening. And to everyone willing to give of themselves in a financial way, including Rick King, Zori S. Afshar, Simona Jenga, Giselind Feuser, Michael Fava, Marco Lashik, Gwenna Fairchild-Taylor, Kara Gilbertson, Joy Lee, Michelle Peters, Natalia Sandul, Stephanie Trichu, Cheryl Palmer, Sonia Harper-Naibi, Queen Hazumuriango, Yanel Sills, and Carl Lyons. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much to all of you for donating to our efforts tonight. Our concert, by the way, just over halfway done, and we would so greatly appreciate it if you would tell your friends, your family about the next half. So if you could share this on your social media platforms and say, hey, come and watch this incredible collection of artists and come support an amazing cause tonight, we would really appreciate it. Don't forget to use that hashtag Art for Peace as well. Help us expand our reach and get closer to that fundraising goal. Given the caliber of performances we've seen so far, your friends and family I guarantee, are going to thank you. Earlier today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the Canadian Parliament, and he had this to say. Imagine that Canadian facilities had been bombed similarly as our buildings and memorial places are being bombed. He also noted that nearly 100 children have died in this conflict in just under 3 weeks, a figure that is certainly much higher. A number of families have died, President Zelensky said. Every night is a horrible night. And our next selection definitely speaks to that sort of despair that President Zelensky spoke of today in our House of Commons. And before we share this next piece with you, we do want to issue a warning, as some of the coming segment selection feature images and video clips that may be triggering to some audience, which depict the destructive power of war. And it is important that we remember that while this concert goes on, violence and danger also continue tonight in Ukraine. This selection will remind all of us the magnitude of this war and its cost. However, our next selections will also show that where there is despair, where there is sadness, there is hope, there is a power that can heal. Thank you again for your support.
Hello everyone. Привіт всім. Мене звати Ліанна Макух. My name is Lianna Makouch, and I am a second-generation Ukrainian Canadian theater artist. And I am the playwright and one of the performers of Barvinok, and the co-artistic producer of Pyretic Productions. In light of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine and the attempt of the erasure of Ukrainian identity, it is more important than ever to be an artist. Media has its place, but art speaks in a different way than a news article. I believe art can connect through empathy, compassion, and something intangible. Art expresses, evokes, and encapsulates emotion, nostalgia, humanity, and an intangible human experience. I grew up in the Ukrainian Canadian experience, and this play is largely influenced by that, but it was when I began exploring my Ukrainian heritage through my art that I began to deeply connect to my Ukrainian roots. This exploration strengthened the roots tying me to my ancestors, and I discovered a deeper sense of self. And that is something that no one can invade, attack, or erase. To develop Barvinok, I went on 3 separate trips over 3 years to Ukraine to research and speak to people all over the country, including veterans, diplomats, artists, and communities of displaced people. We traveled within just 5 kilometers of what was the front line in eastern Ukraine. Many people we spoke to expressed that they felt forgotten. These people's stories have shaped the content of this story, and I hope that we can honor and encapsulate their lived experiences so that they are never forgotten.
He found it. It's a bullet.
I've continuously been inspired by the resilience of the Ukrainian spirit throughout all of this. When I've spoken to my veteran friends, and my own family, honestly, there's never a doubt that Ukraine won't win. In fact, many of them have seemed optimistic while I messaged them in tears. It was something I knew before, but the recent events have further reiterated just how unbreakable the Ukrainian spirit really is. In lieu of performing the entire first act of the play, I wanted to offer a brief synopsis to provide some context which will lead us into Act 2. The first act is largely a monologue performed by me playing a character named Hanya, who is loosely based on aspects of my own history and experiences. The monologue is underscored by polyphonic Ukrainian folk music and traditional instruments. Hanya's baba, her grandmother, is restless, agitated. Something from her past is haunting her. Hanya returns to her baba's home where she spent most of her summers to investigate. There she relives fond memories of her baba. She walks through her garden where she remembers all of her flowers. mallow, sunflowers, sonyashniki, marigold, and the most important, barvinok, periwinkle, which stretched beyond the garden and covered their land like a rug, a symbol of eternity, a flower that can withstand anything. Hania finds her Baba's journal and learns about her harrowing emigration from Ukraine during World War II. Her Baba wrote, "How can our land not but be fertile when so much blood, both Ukrainian and foreign, has continually seeped into it? It shows that our enemies love our land more than we do, for they fight for it ceaselessly. Will we live to see that moment when our people join the circle of free nations?" Hania's Baba continues to degenerate both physically and mentally before Hania's eyes. Hania sees her Baba's hands, wrinkled, freckled, her pale blue veins. Her Baba suddenly becomes agitated, confused. She starts talking about losos, salmon, who always go back to their home. She needs to go home. Her Baba finally asks her to go to Ukraine to find her long-lost family, a woman named Valya, who she left behind when she left Ukraine in World War II. It's easier to forget, is what her Baba used to say. But her Baba has never forgotten, and it's torturing her. Her family, Valya, was in a town called Pizke, in the country her Baba was ripped from, in the country that's once again being ripped apart by war. This war has opened old wounds, her Baba's wounds, wounds that have festered, wounds that are torturing her, wounds Hania has inherited, that are inside of her that she doesn't understand. So she goes to find answers, to find Valya, to give her Baba peace, because salmon always go back to their home. She goes back to their home. She goes to Ukraine.
Пшениця лоскоче долоні, шумить польовий океан, під небом блакитним прозорим я йду поміж квітів і трав, цей казковий край, моя Україна, тут веселки п'ють воду із Дніпра, черемош співа на дзвінких сопілках, і лани цвітуть маками в житах. На сонці виблискує море, полісся лісами блуках, безмежні степи зеленіють, смереки в Карпатах співають, цей казковий край, моя Україна, тут веселки п'ють воду із Дніпра, черемош співа на дзвінких сопілках, і лани цвітуть маками в житах.
пишаю, що ми українці, що це наша рідна земля, цей казковий край, наша Україна, тут веселки п'ють воду із Дніпра, черемош співає. Наш казковий
Любі мої діти, мила мамо й тату, я йду на війноньку нашу землю захищати. Не плачте за мною, якщо в полі згину, все віддам за любоненьку нашу Україну. Єднаємося, браття, цю лиху годину, нехай ворог знає, ми за Україну. Богу душу нашу віддамо єдину, за нашу землю священну Україну. Богу душу нашу віддамо єдину, за нашу землю священну Україну. Ми за ці степи, за ліси і гори, за лани широкі, за Чорне море, за Небесну Сотню, за Тараса брата, за нашу свободу ми побороли ката. З нами свята віра, з нами Бог і правда, і ми проти того, щоб брат йшов на брата. А якщо війною, тоді начувайтесь, нас ніщо не зупинить. Слава Україні! А якщо війною, тоді начувайтесь, нас ніщо не зупинить. Слава Україні! Україна! 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 Слава нації! Слава нації! Слава нації! Не плачте за мною, якщо в полі згину, все віддам за любоненьку нашу Україну. Не плачте за мною, якщо в полі згину, Україну.
We are the children of Ukraine. The children of Ukraine want to live their free lives, not to die. We want to live and be happy in our free Ukraine. The children of Ukraine ask Russia to stop, not to take away our home, our homeland, not to take our parents from us, not to take our lives and freedom. Kids need dads, moms. We ask for help and protection from the whole world. The Ukrainian people are dying along with every person who died from a Russian bullet, bomb, rocket. We request every person on earth, help us stop the war against innocent people.
Забирайтеся, їжджайте на Росію, ви нам тут не треба.
Ми вас тут несемо, за вами йде тільки війна. Війна і смерть за вами йде, одівайтесь і уходьте.
Ich wäre gar nicht verwandt und keine dürfte mich holen oder schicken. Ich müsse mich nicht mehr ducken und bücken. Ich drückte dem Nächsten freudig die Hand. Ich bin ja nicht mit ihm verwandt. Ach, das wäre ein Leben. Das wäre ein Genuss, wenn man vergessen könnte, dass man verwandt sein muss.
Щедрик, щедрик, щедрівочка, прилетіла ластівочка, стала собі шепетати, господаря викликати, щирі види, господарю, подивися на кожеру, там овечки покотились, а янички народились. З тебе товар весь хороший, будеш мати мір хороший, в тебе товар весь хороший, будеш мати мір хороший. Тебе жінка чорноброва, пошне роше голова, в тебе жінка чорноброва, щедрик, щедрик, щедрівочка, прилетіла ластівочка, стане собі шепетати, господаря викликати, щирі господарю, подивися на кожеру, там овечки покотились, а янички народились. З тебе товар весь хороший, будеш мати мір хороший, в тебе товар весь хороший, будеш мати мір хороший. Тебе жінка чорноброва, пошне роше тополова, в тебе жінка чорноброва, щедрик, щедрик, щедрівочка, прилетіла. Ластівочка.
Holy smokes. That was remarkable. If that doesn't encourage you to get off your collective butts and donate, I don't know what will. That was Vera Burmenko, who also graced us right at the top of the show with a stirring rendition of the Ukrainian national anthem and came back and did that. So thank you so much to Vera. And thanks to the other performers that we just heard from, Malcolm Cody McFarlane in his many iterations, Sawyer Craig and Carrie Agnew, the whole Okai Chamber Choir, Hardkiss and Shablia Band with Irina, Oksana Orlova, Mikhailo Molinets, and some amazing words from Liana Maku. Thank you all so much. And thank you for being here to witness all of this incredible art. Oh my goodness. If you are just joining us, this is Art for Peace. It's a fundraising concert for Ukraine brought to you by Opera and Reach and Natalia Gennady. This concert for Peace in Ukraine is featuring artists from all over the world, Canadian, Ukrainian singers, dancers, musicians, people who are using their talents today, as so very clearly demonstrated just there, to call for peace in our world, and especially to those affected by the conflict in Ukraine. All the performers, by the way, have donated their materials today. We are so incredibly thankful to all of them for their generosity and their selflessness in these difficult times. Since we last checked in with you, some amazing news. We have now achieved our goal. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just amazing work. We have raised over $10,000. We are now at a total of $10,121. Wow. It's mind-blowing. We started this evening, by the way, with a goal of $5,000. We've already doubled that, and I know we can do even more tonight. If that doesn't encourage you to keep on going. Sorry, I'm just losing my mind over how amazing that piece was just now. Let's not stop. Your donations are helping so many. Please visit our donation page. It's found at the bottom of your screen right now, and 100% of those proceeds going towards providing Ukrainians with critically aided need in these difficult days. And you can learn more there as well about how you can support our initiative. We're not going to set a new number goal this evening. The goal is to help. Anything you can give is welcome. It's well received, and it will be going to those in need. Thank you so much to our three partner charities that we are donating to this evening. So thank you to the many of you who have already supported, including our evening's top donors, James Caven and Renee Selevsky, Chris Houston, Taryn Plater, and Trevor Kennedy. A big thank you also goes out to Oksana Iavarovska, Elizabeth McDonald, Mariana Kalikusic, sorry about that, Kathy Robinson, Barry and Marla Perkins, Perry Lowe, Mark Teevee, Marion Quinn, Maria Agostino, Teresa Patura, Tony Davidson, Toby Davidson, I apologize, Charlotte Siegel, Robin Whiffen, Daniela Agostino, Melanie Morris, Anastasia Zavgorodny, and Natalia Lepeshkina. And so our concert is still going on. We've got a number of great performances that are still to come, and we would so greatly appreciate you sharing it with your people, your community, your family, your friends. Post it all over social media to let people know what incredible pieces you have been seeing here this evening, as well as the pieces yet to come. It helps us expand our reach, and it's going to help us to get even above and beyond that fundraising goal we set earlier on in the day. And don't forget to use the hashtag #ArtForPeace when you do. Our next selection brings hope, reverence, and prayer. We offer in this section a piece from Theodore Berg in London, Ontario, with a piece by Ukrainian composer Mykola Lysenko. And the words he will be singing translate a little bit like this. "O fields, fields, you are not flooded by Dnipro River, but by the tears of our people." We will also hear another Ukrainian folk song that tells a patriotic story of those who have laid down their lives for their homeland, from Katrusha Pohoreski, and so many more pieces are going to be bringing us out of the darkness and prove that there is a presence that looks out for those living in terror. And we will finish with a beautiful rendition of Adalja's Prayer by Simona Jenga and Todd Reynolds. Thank you so much for your support, and we hope you enjoy.
亲亲在在放放，冲冲亲亲在在放放，冲冲冲战狼，哪看把剑刀。在放起安刀，一人几日到云端。
Auf dem Hügel sitz ich stehend in das blaue Nebenland, nach den fernen Triften sehend, wo ich dich, Geliebte, fand. ich singen, der du dir so glühend eilt, und die Seufze, sie verwehen in den Raum, der uns teilt. Will denn nichts mehr zu dir dringen, nichts der Liebe Worte sein, singen will ich Lieder singen, die dir klagen meine Pein. Denn vor Liebesklang erweichet jeder Raum und jede Zeit, und ein Liebend hätt erreichet, was ein Liebend hätt's geweiht.
Hi, my name is Katrusia Pohorecka, or Catherine Pohoreski. You can call me Tusia. And I'm happy to share a song called Tam pід Lvivskим замком. It's a Ukrainian folk song that tells the story of a young soldier who was found fallen beneath a castle in Lviv, next to an oak tree, a symbol of strength. It tells a patriotic story of those who have laid down their lives for Ukraine, for Ukraine.
Там під Львівським замком старий дуб стояв. Там під Львівським замком старий дуб стояв, а під тим дубочком партизан лежав. Він лежить, не дише, і неначе спить. Він лежить, не дише, і неначе спить. Золоті кучері вітер шелестить. Сину ж ти, мій сину, дитино моя. Сину ж ти, мій сину, дитино моя. Були б тя не вбили, як би не війна. Не плач, стара маті, син героєм став. Не плач, стара маті, син героєм став. Він за Україну голову поклав. Висока могила, хрест березовий, а на тому хресті тризуб золотий.
поля, матір рідна земля. Скільки крові і сліз по вас вітер розніс. Він розносив кругом і Дніпром, і Дністром. Він розносив кругом і Дніпром, і Дністром в Чорне море котив, Босфор кров'ю поїв. Сивий дід у Дніпра свої води давно ти всім морю отдав, собі сліз ти набрав, і в Дністер, і у пруд, то не води течуть, то не повінь була, що поля залила. Не водою заливсь, Дніпровою наш низ не водою. То з народних і сліз, то з народних і сліз береги.
What a remarkable arrangement of Adult Jesus Prayer from Bellini's Norma there, performed by Simona Jenga and Todd Reynolds, who arranged that as well. So an incredible piece of music there. Thank you to all of our performers in that last clip. I'm not sure about that middle one in the church there. Seemed like kind of a rapscallion. Anyways, I think also listening back to that music, one of the most incredible parts of this evening's concert has been how much Ukrainian music has been shared with us this evening. One aspect of the Ukraine-Russia conflict is this attack not only on Ukrainians' people, but also on Ukraine's culture. And to have so much of that showcased here tonight is incredibly powerful. We also heard earlier that piece from Katruzia Pohoreski about the castle in Lviv, which underscores the significance of these cultural places and artifacts that also need preserving. Earlier today, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke to the Canadian Parliament and asked Canadians to imagine what it was like if it was their cultural monuments, their history being bombed. So it's important to remember those moments as well. A special thanks to Pavlo Hunka, who we heard in that last segment as well, whose work in this field of preserving Ukrainian music, art, song, culture is a vital part of its preservation and spotlighting this incredible work as well. If you're just joining us this evening, welcome. This is Art for Peace, a fundraising concert for Ukraine brought to you by Opera and Reach and Natalia Gennady. This concert goes beyond vocal music, really, to also include Canadian and Ukrainian dancers, musicians, and people who today are using their talents to join in the call for peace in our world and for those affected by the conflict in Ukraine. All of our performers this evening have donated their materials. They are not being paid for tonight's concert, and we are so incredibly thankful to all of them for such a show of selflessness. Who else needs to be thanked? Well, you, the viewers who have donated tonight to our cause. We keep on climbing, surpassing our goal of $10,000. Remember, we started this evening, $5,000 was our goal. We've reached $10,000, and now we're at $10,616. All of that funding going directly to supporting Ukrainians who are suffering in this conflict right now through the organizations that we are sponsoring or that we are donating to this evening. We are truly humbled by our community's response. Thank you, thank you, thank you, one and all. If you have not donated yet, there's still time. Visit our donation page. It's at the bottom of your screen right now to learn more about how you can support this initiative. Thank you to the many of you who have already supported, including our evening's top donors, James Caven and Renee Salevsky, Chris Houston, Taryn Plater, and Trevor Kennedy. A big thank you as well to our other incredible donors, just to name a few: Brian Steinberg, Mireille Asselin, Brittany Kahn, Beverly Steinberg, Phyllis Creighton, Vincenza Peretti, Andriy Semaniuk, Lynn Alexander, Natasha Franzblow, Sandra Lake, Joanna Leptison, Sharita Etherington, Ann Crossweller, Carrie McWilliams, and Joel Ivany. Thank you one and all for your contributions this evening. Another way you can support is to share this concert on your social media platforms. Let people know what you're doing on a Tuesday night. Share this concert with your friends and your family on your social media channels. You can also like this video, share the stream, helps us expand our reach and helps us to continue to climb as we collect resources and financial support for the people of Ukraine. I mentioned those charities that we are supporting this evening, and we profiled two of them, and I want to highlight our last one, and that is the Red Cross, an established Canadian charity. It recently matched $30 million in funding, all directed to supporting the people of Ukraine. Funding will go towards preparedness, immediate and ongoing relief efforts, long-term recovery, resiliency, and other critical humanitarian activities as they arise. Please follow the link here at the bottom of your screen to learn a little bit more about that. And so we continue on. In this segment, we have a very special message from Ukrainian opera singer and Ukrainian Art Song Project alumni Victoria Melnik. She is currently in Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, and she sends out a message of gratitude, a plea for support in these times, along with an aria where a young Polish Highlander grieves over her betrayed love and lost child. We also welcome back mezzo-soprano Taryn Plater, and she will rejoin the program along with other artists, all in support of peace in Ukraine.
Catch my eye, take my hand. This bond is tighter than we ever planned. Give me courage so I can land. We know that divided we'll fall, so together we stand. Climb with me, share my dreams. Tomorrow's brighter than it's ever been. Fear no danger, make big plans. We know that divided will fall, so together we stand. Laugh and cry with me, fly that high with me. See the sunset and the sunrise,
Вітаю, дорогі канадці, дорогі, любі українці. Я Вікторія Мельник, оперна співачка з України. Я мала честь у 2017 році приймати участь у проєкті української мистецької пісні Павла Гуньки. Мої спогади тільки найтепліші. Місто Торонто прийняло мене якнайкраще. Я пам'ятаю кожного з вас, і всі ви в моєму серці. Мені дуже прикро, що саме зараз моє звернення відбувається у час війни Росії проти України. І всім нам тут зараз дуже нелегко, непросто. Багато хто покинув свої домівки, а більшість людей вже їх навіть і немає. І що буде завтра, не знає ніхто. Тому дуже важливо зараз гуртуватися, вірити в перемогу. У нас все вдасться. Кожен з нас відчуває підтримку світу, яка б вона не була, чи маленька, чи більш грандіозна, хто на що здатний. І ми щиро вдячні вам за кожну вашу думку, за вашу молитву, за кожен долар, який був пожертвований на допомогу нашій армії, чи то переселенцям, чи просто людям, які в цьому зараз дуже потребують. Я дякую Наталії за її ініціативу створити такий концерт в підтримку України. Я сподіваюся, найближчим часом війна закінчиться. І всі ми продовжимо мріяти, посміхатися, всі обіймемо людей, дорогих нам. І знову залунає прекрасна українська пісня. Слава Україні! Ми переможемо!
Dzieciątko nam umiera z głodu Dzieciątko z głodu
любило
To the serene and thoughtful day in youth's fair dawn, when the soul still untried longs for life's conflict and seeks restlessly food for its cravings in the stirring songs. The thrilling strains of more impassioned bards were eager for fresh joyous calls with delight. The flowers that bloom in fancy's fairy realm, we may not prize them more than steadfast rain that streams from thy pure soul in tranquil song, but in ripe breeze when through the heat and burden of the day we struggle on, breasting the stream upon whose shores we dreamed, weary of all the turmoil and the din, which drowns the finer voices of the soul. We turn to thee, true priest of nature's feet, and find the rest of fainting spirits need, the calm more ardent singers cannot give, as in the glare intense of tropic days, gladly we turn from the sun's radiant beams, and grateful heavy luna's tender Even Prebetjik brennt a Feuer, und im Sturm ist es, und der Römer lernt kleine Kinderlech, dem Aleph Beets, und der Römer lernt kleine Kinderlech, dem Aleph Beets. Gedenkje kinderlech, gedenkje teuer, was ihr lernt doch. Sagt je noch einmal und tage noch einmal, kommet's alle vor. Sagt je noch einmal und tage noch einmal, kommet's alle vor. Lernt kinderlech, hat nit moje, jeder und heb ist schwer. Glücklich ist jed, was kennt die Treue, was darf mir noch mehr? Glücklich ist jed, was kennt die Treue, was darf mir noch mehr? As ihr wird kinderlech, älter werden, wird ihr allein verstehen, wie viel in die Weisheit liegen Tränen, und wie viel Gewinn, wie viel in die Weisheit liegen Tränen. Und wie viel Gewinn.
Thank you so much to Sarah Shabas, Erica Iris, Matthew Banfield, Maya Nash, Steve Wallace, Mira Solovianenko, Rowena Kitchen, Trevor Chartrand, Derek Stanier, Taryn Plater, and Adam Arnold for all of those incredible works that you all donated. And a special heartfelt thanks to Victoria Melnick for her words and her artistry from Kyiv, one of the centers of the war, and to Anya Haynar and her kids for arguably the cutest performance of this evening. If you are just joining us, welcome to Art for Peace, a fundraising concert for Ukraine brought to you by Opera in Reach and Natalia Gennady. We are gathering donations for charities directly providing aid to the millions affected by the affected, I should say, by the invasion of Ukraine. All our performers have donated their materials today. We are so incredibly thankful to each and every one of them for a show of such selflessness during these times. It's worth noting also that as we go into almost 4.5 hours of this programming, that is how many artists gave of their time and of their work for this evening. And we could not be more grateful. Folks, we have received so much support tonight, even since we last spoke to you, that I'm completely speechless. We have increased our total another $1,000 to $11,731. I don't even know what to say. What a community we have behind us. Thank you all for showing how transformative art can be when used to inspire, to support, and to heal. Please visit our donation page found at the bottom of your screen right now to learn more about how you can support our initiative. All of the proceeds will go towards providing Ukraine with critically needed aid in these extraordinary times. And thank you to the many of you who have already supported, including our evening's top donors, James Caven and Renee Salevsky, Chris Houston, Taryn Plater, Marta Hayek, and Eugene Pilkew. So much gratitude for all of you. And a big, big thanks to the rest of our donors tonight. We've been naming them throughout the program, and we'll name just a couple of more. Billy Lou Tyndall, Laura Chikevich, Sydney Bedke, Mary Agasino, Tara Rosa O'Shea, Nate Ben-Horeen, Walter Kuplowski, Corrine Wyatt, Rebecca Townsend, Susan Promain, Aaron Stone, Lauren Margison, and Robert Bursey. Thank you so much to each and every one of you. We're getting close to the end of our program, and we have so many people we would like to thank for their support tonight. Thank you to our sectoral partners, Tapestry Opera, Against the Grain Theatre, Opera Canada, and Schmopera for their support and for their donations today. A special thank you to our lead partner, the Ukrainian Art Song Project, for their immense support and donation of so many powerful pieces this evening. This concert is more than any of us planning it could have imagined. To see our community rally together and use our art for good inspires newfound hope for both our art and for the world as we continue to support the people of Ukraine in as they struggle through this war and this invasion of their country. In this upcoming segment, we're going to hear from Ukrainian Canadian soprano Katarina Kartova, coming to us from Saskatchewan, who will sing a song of love. We'll also hear from Jacqueline Grossman, Nate Ben-Horeen, Sean Haid, and Allison Bloxham, performing songs of life, laughter, and the promise that joy still lives in this world. A mix of songs that speak of home, transcending land, but being where the heart finds happiness.
For strong winds that blow lonely, 7 seas that run high, all those things that don't change, come what may. But our good times are all gone, and I'm bound for moving on. I look I think I'll go to Alberta. Weather's good there in the fall. I've some friends that I can go working for. Still, I wish you'd change your mind if I ask you one more time. But we've been through that 100 times or more. For strong winds that blow lonely, 7 seas that run high, Days
Krudiego behor, selsi mame, den solden, saliden, se matem siste hoidem, aien vetrice dis lovex minem sat. Hola zitra givol saginas, mimsim ligichos, cdesis palibes voi ranacek, aboidem domus as, vshechnoide, cdis exe, darus esid ex vede, anatros cogita bodem esis mat. Hola zitra givol saginas, mimsim ligichos, cdesis malimes voi ranacek, aboidem domus as. Vshechnoide, cdis exe, zarus esid ex vede, anatros cogita bodem esis mat.
Wonderful, wonderful performance there. And thank you to all of the artists who have donated their performances this evening. None of them are getting anything from this, just donating their art to support to the people of Ukraine who are experiencing in so many different ways the after effects and the ongoing trauma of this invasion. This is Art for Peace, a fundraising concert for Ukraine, brought to you by Opera and Reach and Natalia Gennady. We're raising funds to support those affected by the invasion of Ukraine and calling for peace all over the world. We've seen so many incredible performances this evening from Canadian and Ukrainian singers, dancers, musicians, and people using their talents to join the call for peace in the world and in Ukraine. All our performers, as I say, donating their materials tonight. So we're really, really grateful for them. We're also really grateful to all of our donors this evening. This is the final call to donate tonight if you can. We have raised $11,781. Such an incredible amount of support has been generated for the people affected by this war, and we could not be prouder of our community. We started off this evening with a goal of $5,000, and we surpassed that even before we went on the air this evening. So we're incredibly grateful for that. Please follow the link at the bottom of your screen to continue to support the initiative and the call for peace in Ukraine. A big thank you to the many of you who have donated, including our evening's top donors, James Caven and Renee Salevsky, Chris Houston, Taryn Plater, Marta Hayek, and Eugene Pilkew. A few more thank yous tonight. Once again, thank you to all our performers, all who supported and shared, all who donated, all who watched. And a special thank you to Natalia Gennady and Taryn Plater, who selflessly gave of themselves in times of great trial to help bring this program together this evening. We'll hear from Natalia again in just a few moments after our next collection of performances to share a closing message with us all. We'll finish our programming this evening with a set of Ukrainian songs, an a cappella setting of folk poetry filled with images and symbols of girlhood. Again, I think these are really, really important to include, as we know conflicts have an even stronger impact on women, on the 2S LGBTQ plus community and other minority groups in situations like these. We also will hear a plea to a higher power to help escape the circumstances here on Earth. And the actual translation of that piece, which we'll hear performed in a bit by Irina Velhash-Berg and Mark Payne, reads, "I am looking into the sky and thinking, why am I not a falcon? Why, God, you didn't give me wings, for I'd abandon Earth and fly into the sky." We'll also hear a cry for the safety of Ukraine. Enlighten her, the text says, with the rays of freedom and science. Bring us up, your children in love for our land. all your generosity pour over our people. Give them happiness for many, many years. After all of that, we'll end our performances this evening just as we began, a rendition of the Ukrainian national anthem, this time performed by the Awashko Singers.
Боже великий єдиний, нам Україну храни. Волі світла промінням ти
Dear friends, fellow artists, our generous donors, and everybody who shared this evening with us tonight, thank you. Дякую. Your voices are heard and your kindness is felt by all of us and by the devastated Ukrainian community. Personally, I also wanted to thank the team of Opera in Reach, a brave, hardworking group of young but experienced artists and art administrators, for coordinating this important and very complex event. You are, without exaggeration, true heroes of war relief. Thank you. Hug your dear ones closer tonight and stand with Ukraine.
And thank you, Natalia, for all of the organizing that you put into this event. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes, the people who have been working so hard to bring this concert to life this evening, talking about Taylor Long, who's been ensuring that the live stream has worked as well as it has, Andrew Adridge, David Pepper, who have been organizing all of this from the very beginning, the co-founders of Opera in Reach, Jacqueline Grossman for stepping in very last minute to fill in while I was having some Wi-Fi issues earlier in the evening. Thank you so much to everyone who has lent a hand to this concert, to the artists who have given so much of their energy and their talents to this evening's concert. And thank you to you, the audience and the donors. Together, we have raised $11,781 for this incredible initiative supporting these charities that we have been working so hard to work for. Our donation link will stay up for the next 24 hours. If you think of it, please share it with your friends and your family so we can continue to raise funds for these charities. We were talking about the Red Cross. We're talking about Meest. We heard about both the work they do, as well as the Dobrodiy Club as well. So please consider donating if you have not yet done so. My name is Nolan Kaler. It's been a real thrill to be here with you this evening. Not much else to say except what Natalia has already said. Say an extra prayer for those in Ukraine this evening. Take good care, and God bless Ukraine.